Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back to epistemic-gnomes. So today we are continuing the Bone Manager extension add-on workflow here in Blender. We're close to conclude this annoying step of reproducing the armature, the skeleton, the bone data into the a new armature object. It's not a necessarily thing actually, but I'm doing this for exercise. There's a glitch, a bug in the Bone Manager extension regarding the fact that I'm bringing the armature object from a previous Blender version and then it's just destroys something in the skeleton. It lags the Bone Manager. So as I'm recreating this, I've made tests, it's terrible. It cannot fix it, so I need to remake the armature from scratch. But we have been through a lot already, so we can continue this. And now I'm very close, and as I'm doing this, I'm also taking advantage of this revision, right? Because it's not a very complicated rig there. It's just time consuming to rebuild, right? And not all the details are on my mind or noted anywhere, but it's noted in the skeleton, right? Let's continue here. I completed the body, so this is the new armature. Let's hide the other one. So I've completed the, let's go on pose mode and solo all. This is a shortcut that we find here, by the way, and we can even create another, yeah, we can add this to quick favorites, but it's different from edit mode and pose mode. So this is super valuable. So this is how I can solo just one thing, and then let's show all the bones there and solo all. There we go. Now it's garbage, right? But then you can, okay, just the control bones maybe. Also I have to refix something in the end, right? Let's say that we select just the controls here, and now let's select all, make sure Alt H nothing is hidden. Okay, select all again. Let's Shift M here to control here. So just to make sure that all the control bones, because we've been creating new ones here, they are also here. So this is this might be a bit confusing, but these are not the final bone collections anyways. We can make if I believe, if I'm not wrong, we can make even additional bone collections just for the rig UI. And now I know how it can be done in here. We need to add this stuff, and and then here we can edit this into some stuff here that I never use. No, not here, somewhere here, rig UI, I think. Yeah, I think I need to Bone Manager. Okay, tab. Yeah, then it start to build, you see, already the rig UI for the bone collections here. So I'm not sure they match. Yeah, probably they match. So probably we need inside here a special bone collections that are more for the, yeah, we can reuse, for example, tweakers. Yeah, all the tweakers that's already organized here. So I can reorganize this for the thing, right? So I never did that. I was doing this with Python scripting because I didn't know how to do it for the custom rig, even using this. But CGDive has made recently a tutorial on that, just repeating the same info, because maybe if you're new here you will. So I couldn't do this in the old armature object in my custom rig because it was just lagging. I couldn't, terribly lag, like almost crashing, couldn't do anything here. So alright, let's continue here, but now it will be fresh, clean, it will be great. And so now last time I ended up by making some features. Something here is not following correctly. Okay, I was making the, okay, adapting the physics bones of the hair. I was also making the drivers for custom properties for some switches here, but the real switch, they are in the head bones. And this, because of my rig, it's kind of complicated. But I just got a crazy idea a few minutes ago before starting. Maybe there is another way to pin the head in a way more simple way that I will... And if this works, I'll be very happy because this will be fantastic. It's super crazy idea, but I've made an experimental rig using the auto IK option. Okay, the only thing I need here is to get this. So this is parented too. It has a parented offset. Yes, this is parented to the master torso. Alright. And the master torso is parented to the... Oh, I start to remember how this works. Okay, so it wouldn't work with this. So this is the center of gravity, right? Okay, it's parented to the root bone. Okay, let's just do... These are... It's an island. It's a bone island. It's in terms of connected parenting. So there's disconnect. It will become... It has no parent. So if I were to do... Okay, ignore the... I have some pretty bad deforms here, but let's hide the costume. Okay. So we see that. Let's enable... Auto IK. Yes, it's enabled. Okay, ignore the head. So apparently on grabbing, nothing is good here, right? Nothing happens, so this is not good. But I was already aware of this because the technique, the special technique, maybe it's even a bug, but this caused some behavior. It needs to be this bone, so its head is here and its tail is there. So this is the last bone in the IK chain for the whole blue skeleton that we don't... Yeah, it will be this one. So that is the last connected bone of all this skeleton there, except for the hands, because the hands, they are separated. They already used this one, so this one is a separated. We cannot pose it because it has a very strong bone constraint setup. And we're gonna do similar stuff. So in principle, technically, if I unparent this bone, I'll need to make a new kind of fake parenting for it. But if I clear the parent, this... Yeah, you see that the head is pinned. But it's not just the head. Actually, it is the head and the... Well, everything will be pinned, the hands, but they would be pinned anyway because of the... They'll be pinned anyway because of the... Okay, but if I grab the hand, I can unpin the hand as I do this. Okay, but just one side. Hold on. It's this bone, right? So... Okay, so I can... The problem is that it's only this bone which allows the pinning... okay, and if I want to unpin the head... it doesn't work. Okay, doesn't... Ignore the default. Okay, one. Oh, so there's... It's not... Yeah, no, it's still somewhat pinned in a weird way. You see the head is going left and right in some strange way. But yeah, but it's not pinning like this, right? From the tail. So, okay. Alright, but this won't be sufficient because the pinning of the head from the IK bone constraint, it employs a different... Yeah, you can pin the head. So this will be, unfortunately... Yeah, so another way will be to do this separation somewhere else. That can be super crazy, but well, that's I have a maybe a workaround here because the neck up the head, there is not too much things here that are valuable. Hmm. Okay, let's try something bit crazy here. Okay, let's reparent this, right? This is parent to the... So this is just a rigify add-on, right? The master torso. But you see that I don't have this tweak torso. I don't need because I can... Well, we can need... This rig can do tweaking torso because I just don't have them, but they will offset the limbs from the mechanism rig, which also is to which the deform rig is parented. So yeah, if we can tweak the mechanism rig, which is inside mechanism skeleton, then we can tweak these joints, right, in some specific way. Yeah, so then I don't have those tweakers because you see this spine is with auto IQ option is very... It's quite versatile, so no need to do tweakings, right? But it's just in my experience is not usually not necessary. But the limbs is necessary because we might want to pin the joint there. Yeah, maybe we want to pin a joint from the right from, I don't know, pin the hips, pin one side, pin the crotch, pin the, I don't know, right? There pin the whole bone of the torso. Yeah, we can do that, all that with, but not with the control skeleton, but with the mechanism skeleton. So we use the tweakers, right? So I have some pinning here features for these joints here. Let's unsolo all. Okay, let's return. All right, so the idea here is just, okay, what if I clear parent here? Okay, this is sad because now I lose the auto IQ option, but I can still do something, you see, if I multi-select, but it's not the same thing, right? We have a problem here, so it loses functionalities, but it's not all over because there is, although it's unparented, we can replicate some... I said the head doesn't move, but we can replicate this bone constraint here. So what this will do... I want to pin the something here, so I'm gonna do different. Okay, let's start with something router here. So connect this thing back. Yeah, so you see, we got the head pinned. But this bone gets a bit crazy, so we're gonna use the replicate these bone constraints here for the neck. Shift Alt C. Of course, this is completely wrong. Let's go back here, select just the neck, and let's change these targets. The target needs to be actually the control chest. I'm going back on edit mode so I can see the normal rig, right? And so here just need to change some targets here of the copy location and of the fake parenting with a very special local with parent. Yeah, but it's on tail, not on the head, of course, in this case. Alright, so I have auto I key option here. The neck, I cannot grab it. It is locked. I can create an extra bone for it, but now let's continue here. So now the neck is compromised, but it will move just as a connected. So do we have... Yeah, but sadly, we'll lose some functionalities for... I'm checking the spine. Yeah, it's not like the normal spine, right? We have some, because I cannot extend the auto I key length to the lower body, to the spine, right? So this is... Unless I would do something even more crazy. Huh. No, never mind. It will... Yeah, so by... Here I would pin the head, the tail of the head, yeah. And the head for... Yeah, there's no way to pin with this technique the... Yeah, so apparently this won't work, folks. Let's return. So unfortunately... Well, it will work, but it will sacrifice... No, wrong character. It will sacrifice some fundamental features of this rig. So interesting proposition, but I need to investigate more in order to achieve anything like good. And then there's also concern as considering maybe splitting the head and the neck. But the more we split, then the more it becomes complicated. So I just split the hand because it's good for the fingers. We can pin the fingertips thanks to this technique, or not pin the fingertips. All right, so after I fix the waves there on the fingers. All right, so here we'll continue. So I'm aware now that this spinning feature will not be sufficient for what I want, because I want to pin the whole head. So the I key will be able to pin head and tail. So yeah, there is the technique that I was using before was that there would be a mechanism I key chain inside, so it will be dependent on the control chain and they won't conflict in terms of inverse kinematics. The problem with that is that the I key chain of the spine, it needs to be straight, and if it's not straight, it doesn't work the way it doesn't have flexibility, like you can bend on both directions. And so you have to straighten up the mechanism spine, but then it gets offset from the... Right, so it imposes a lot of other questions and problems and issues too. And unfortunately, that's not I couldn't find any easy way to work around that. So, but it was my first attempt. It worked, but yeah, it was much simpler than this other setup in terms of the drivers and the other bone constraints. But it is also it had a terrible thing that I wasn't able to find a solution to. Maybe there is, and I need to keep research. So one of the ideas would be to have the spine of the character, instead of being flexed like that, it will be like a straight. So all straight. So it's very weird, right? So I don't think it's a good idea. But for the IK, it would IK bone constraint, which is garbage in Blender. It has lots of problems. Yeah, it's a lot of glitches, even glitches. Yeah, there's a lot of inconsistencies and pose a lot of trouble. Besides facts, it is not flexible enough. So they absolutely would need to improve this bone constraint, but they are too busy with other stuff. I understand, but no one likes rigging. But unfortunately, that's what we have now. Maybe with the time someone comes up with major improvements at some point. Development is being made easier with the AI assistants. Even I was experimenting with Copilot, which is free AI assistant for Python scripting, and apparently it can help me understand Rigify and even make some custom stuff. Okay, let's get at this doing. So I'm not gonna use the mechanism skeleton. I just need a new skeleton for the head, which will be a master head. Yeah, master IK head, and it will have a different color. Red. This one will need to be parented to, I believe, is the here, the center of gravity. And now what this bone will do is that it will be a Nike target for, yes, it can be it's a setup that will be slightly different than the rest. So I need, I believe, the mechanism head here. Yeah, so this mechanism head, we are gonna, I think we can just use it, so it will be a, I don't think I'll need any other for this, so no, not thread, we're gonna stick, because it will be, even we'll get this color here, this very special one. This will be the mechanism IK owner head. So that means that this holds IK bone constraint. So the first thing that it needs to do is that it is parented to the control head. Yes, this is set. The other thing is that now we need to wait. It's not like that. I'm starting to remember the setup on the this setup is more complicated than that. Okay, but let's do like this for now and see. Maybe I can do something better this time. I would like to have a bone that simplifies everything for this. So why do I even need this mechanism IK owner if the IK chain that I'm gonna build now will be affecting this skeleton? Okay, so not changing anything now, just the, we're gonna, for the this control, we're gonna add, so for itself we're gonna add the inverse kinematics bone constraint with a chain length of Yeah, until the bottom of the spine. We might have to add an extra bone, but it's for later. Use tail. No, this is a different one. We will use head. So it will use the base of the bone and not the head. So now this bone is Ike bone constraint, and it is a problem because I cannot pose it, right? There's just an Ike bone constraint that... So, but if I select, okay, let's try to use this bone with auto IQ option. It's not allowing me to use the... Yes, of course it's not, because the IQ bone constraint is neutralizing, right, the possibility to use, right, because the bone is bone constraint. So, of course, this will ruin the possibility to pose it. But, so this is not good. Use tail. Wait, this is not use tail. Okay, let's try again. Yeah, so you see auto A key. And there's even some conflict here, but no conflict. Okay, so what we need to do, if I pick both, then we can do something, but it's not, of course, not what we want. Of course, this will be switchable, so when I turn this off, then now, looks like, you see, it's locked. Even though it is disabled. Oh no, it's okay, disabled here. No, you see, there is a conflict. So auto, this is one problem with IK bone constraint. So even if it's totally disabled, it's still considering that it exists. So this is crazy, right? It's completely inaccurate. I'm trying to cheat the system here. See if there's any way to trick this thing. Interesting. It looks like that when it is on tail, I have my rig back to life. I didn't know this. Aha! So what does that mean, folks? It means that, okay, let's hope this is add drive. Yeah, we can, because we can't add drive to chain length, but maybe there's a way to manipulate with Python script. I tried but couldn't find a... So we can drive that boolean thing here. So that means that if I drive this thing, let's see. All right, so it's still, in order for it to work, we need to disable the influence. Yeah, just the influence and swap. So this is a major finding for me for this rig, because then this means that, yeah, it seems it's too good to be true. Well, it's not too good, it's not that too good, but it's very good, because I'm thinking where this can be useful. All right. Anyways, let's get going with this. Sorry about that. I'm. But this is rigging experimentation, so you don't need a poll target. So okay, okay. This is just the influence that you need to drive. So what you're gonna do? Yeah, usually but it's interesting, right? So, and this. So I don't have a driver for this. What I'm gonna do is that. Let's see, we need another bone constraint here, which is to, copy rotation. Well, maybe it's a copy transforms even, because, but before the Ike bone constraint, because this needs to be an implacable setup if we want the pinning to work. Well, apparently we don't have much solutions here to drag. Okay, I think I forgot to get this. Still not working. Just tail, right? So where? This offset is a glitch. It's not real. It's just a just a. Okay, so the head is not pinning for some reason. You see, it's not pinning. Maybe yes, because this bone is connected, so it is too strong. I start to remember what needs to, so apparently this won't really work. Yeah, so now I remember what needs to be done. I need a different bone that will not be connected like this one, but disconnected. So it could be this one. Although this one is parented, we're gonna parent it to the neck. Keep offset. And what it does, okay, it does nothing. So we can't, we might need to use this anyways, but let's just ignore this for now, okay? So this bone we need to first, so we gotta copy transforms, full. Very simple. And then it needs to switch for the other. And that switch will be just a in part it would be an I key. Not use tail, and that's it. But it also needs a, yeah, that means it will need to swap, so it need like a, let's use another copy rotation on top and change the target, right? So okay, so now we have this, and the head will pin, but not because of this bone, which now it's useless, but because of Yes, exactly. So now the head is pinned there. We can have a variation here in this spinning. Now this is not good, okay, but I probably need a simultaneous thing, but the fact is that all right, the problem is that then this bone also will need yeah, we can just because it controls the neck, so we also want this bone to copy to have the same, maybe this one, yeah, so it will temporarily have the same orientation, and this will provide looks like that this bone doesn't have stretch too. All of them have, so it could have this neck to have a stretch too to yeah, stretch too to this, for example. And reset here, yeah, so the neck seems locked here, not good. I'm picking the wrong bone, okay. The spine loses a little flexibility here. Yeah, so a lot of the things here is the setup is not okay. Let's go back to the other rig now and let's start solving this. So I have already the custom properties, which are the ice track, the head track, and the eye key head, which is the one that I'm trying to solve here. So to assess the other rig that is here, we're gonna select bolt armature. Let's go on edit mode. So here what we need to build is that, okay, first it has a, this has a custom shape, so we're gonna already get this thing, Control Shift V. Okay, apparently there. All right, so you have the bone there. I'm gonna make this little bigger so we can see it. Okay, so this is the master. No, this is, yeah, whatever. We changed the old one, so this is the new one. We're gonna hide some stuff here. Let's see. On the, let's investigate the old rig. And see what the hell is going on there. So we have a deformed head which doesn't hold any bone constraint. Yeah, no bone constraint, and it's parented to the mechanism IQ owner head. So there's There should be only one mechanism, yeah, and it is already the mechanism icon. This mechanism icon, see, it has, yeah, copy transforms. So I'm not gonna dive here exactly why. There is a posing responsive issue for that. It's related to the neck. So it's better with this. So this is the base one, and it follows the control head, the blue. Then it is bypassed, overwritten by temporarily, if we want, by the master I key with a driver. So this is the driver. And then the on top of that, so this, the chain length is different, but then this is the driver. Okay, so these two bone constraints, they will be affected. So we already know, but what is this parented to? This mechanism is different. It is parented to the neck, as I was parenting, and it's specifically it's a parented offset. So it's not like the control, which is parented connected. This one. It's not like this one, which is connected, but it's parented. Where it is? This one. So this one is parented connected to the neck, but the mechanism IK owner in this particular case, we don't connect it to the same head, control head, like a mechanism shoulder to control shoulder, mechanism per arm to control upper arm. No, this is mechanism head to control neck, so it will inherit the parenting relations of the neck. So it's like, it means that it is as if it were the another head, yeah, moving head. It's not just a mechanism head. It's as if it were another control head, but we don't control it directly, but it's inheriting neck stuff just as the control head. So this is why it requires that. But then we have this stuff that I don't know why, but it's something about the auto I key and maybe the bendy bones, I'm not sure, but it relates to its interaction with the neck, which, and probably something related to parenting relation pathway of transforms. If it doesn't inherit from the neck, then it will do a worse job in mimicking good motion, more natural motion. All right, so then what we have is that we need to assess the bone constraints of the control head, which is a bit weird, but basically what we have is a copy transforms tool, right? So with a driver, then followed by a dumped track. So this is for the track head, and then we have a copy rotation, which is also for the just a complement to the aim. So this is just for the y-axis, but apparently we need to add everything for it to work. All right, so and then we also have the master, which is just has the aim head track. So that's it. So you see, it's actually not that complicated, but it's very, very annoying. And it was super difficult to find this a way that will make it work in this rig. And there are caveats, so I don't think this is far from perfect. I would like to find alternatives, but there's one serious problem of inverse kinematics in Blender. Okay, but then why not make just as a default IK bone constraint for the head, right? Well, this will lock the whole spine from auto IQ option, so I wouldn't be able to tweak it naturally. But I can play with, yeah, we can play with this stuff. So let's complete this now. Let's select the other armature now, the new one, and let's see what bone collections we need here. So we'll need the master, the control, and the mechanism. And that's it, yeah. So I was already doing it right, so need to be careful to see, to just select the correct bones here. Alright, so here what we get, let's see. Mechanism, I don't know which one is. Okay, this one is from the new armature. So what we're gonna do from this is that, well, what we could do is temporarily change let's temporarily change this, right? So you can see better. So this one is from the old armature. We just want to change here the, so mechanism icon. So this is the new armature. Parented offset to the control neck. Yeah, it's same armature, I believe. And then what we're gonna do, then we're gonna go on pose mode, and we're gonna find the other one, and we're gonna just copy the bone constraints, like just like that. And now we don't need this, well, we're gonna still be looking at it, but now we need to adapt here. Well, I don't need to check those things. I know what I need to do. This is for the control head of this armature. Then there's no driver here, but then it can be substituted by a master I key bone this one, just to make sure, and then replace, yeah. So it starts at 0. Here we'll need the properties. And this will be a bit annoying because yeah, so I key head, yeah, so copy as new driver. I can make a shortcut for that, but I'm out of ideas, so it's not something that I use too much also. So here we gonna go on the new armature. We're gonna find the all right, where is the okay, I see it, it's here. So all right, then get here and paste driver, and well, that should just do it. Then we need this one, inverse kinematics. Let's update this. Let's copy this bone here just in case. Here we're gonna, I think it's 5. Well, we don't see. Oh yeah, we don't see because we need to enable. Okay. It's not 5. Wait. Why? Okay, because now it is parented to the, yes, it's parented to the neck. But not the mechanism neck, of course. This is in the control skeleton, so this is brutal, but that works. with caveat. So here we're gonna use, yeah, we're gonna use head actually. So get this offset because it's starting here. It's not here starting here. This one starting here. And here we're gonna also paste driver. So in principle, if we toggle now this property, we can already see that those things were maximized. And that means that now if I try to control, yeah, you see that the bone is following now the new and this, although we can move, it goes nuts, right? We cannot control because it's following instead this one. And because it is parented, but parented offset, it still connects the control bone, right? A higher hierarchy, right? So it's like two-headed character. One head. This one used the auto I key chain, auto I key length at will, and this when it's not conflicting like that. And this other will use the I key chain of the I key bone constraint. All right. So this is set. Yeah, let's leave like that. It's well, whatever. Now we can disable that, but we're gonna continue doing some adjustments because now we need to create the same stuff here. We're gonna, well, not the same stuff. We need to, wrong bones actually. We need to, yeah, what you can do is like just copy here, right? Shift Alt C, my own shortcut. So here we need to address this change. So we don't want this master I key head. So we're gonna armature. All right, let's gone. All right, then fine. This is like this by default. So you're gonna paste driver. So this one will also follow just as this one. So they'll stack, right? So they will not be off. Yeah, there will be a synchronization. And then it's about the dumped track, right? So which is something else. So the dumped track, we can already start building this. Aim, I think it's track head, right? It's made some different naming here. Here we don't have the copy stuff yet. We're gonna paste this all and so here is just the same bone, right? And then we have a copy rotations, right? So it's just the yeah, there's some weird stuff here. Yeah, apparently this setup was good to make the thing work. Rotations are annoying, right? So and then the master I key also we can get its copy there, and so what you want is so it's the same setup, right? It's a dumped track follow. So the copy rotation aim track is just for the the y-axis, the tilting, like the head tilt left and right, and the other is like a plane x z-axis is like gonna show in a moment. So here we got all this, but they are, it's exactly the same bone constraints, and now what you need to do is just to get this freaking uh, custom property somewhere here. iStrack, copy as new driver, and then we go back to the new armature. So here you can paste driver, and then go for the control. It's this one, paste driver and paste driver. All right, so if now I can, for example, let's make a test. Let's hide this old armature and let's test some features here. But first, let's make this head as a circle. I think it's better. Control Shift V, 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 and that's it. It's exactly on the same spot. Let's do this. Yeah, because we are not gonna need this anymore for if this is working, right? So we can start hiding this. I mean the old ones, right? So now I need the new armature. Okay, let's get the custom properties. I need to generate this rig UI gradually, I think, so it will simplify this. It will be on a panel that I'll be able to use. So okay, I key head. Now let's the head track first, which is a bit too far maybe. That's happening. Head track. I think something is wrong. Okay, so apparently something went wrong. Aim track head, yes. Okay, now it worked. I think I pasted the wrong okay, so this now ry will do this, and so this is the plane xy, right? And then ry, at any position you can do ry, and that will get this usually done without gimbal lock. What we cannot do is use the just the rotation. It's RY. It's necessary. It's otherwise it will do different rotation. So that will be okay. So the head track is working for this, but we also had the head track when this bone is selected, because if it is unfortunately I cannot command the stuff to a generic bone that will cause this. So it will be the bone that I'm controlling, right? I couldn't find a way to simplify it, so I need to have all this massive amount of bone constraint. Well, not massive, but like duplicate replicas, right? So this, then when this bone starts following the master, like with this copy transforms, then let's see the I key. And looks like that okay, now it is working. Okay, so we see that now we have the pinning of the head. Yes, the head is pinned indeed, and this means that this driver is working. So this one doesn't need the mechanism bone there, doesn't need the because it's not a control bone, it doesn't need to change according to the right. It's subordinated to the others. I don't want to offset it through this right alone. This wouldn't be good, I think. Although it would work for the deforms, but that will offset that from the control rig. I think this is not clean. Although it would simplify, yeah, so simplify, but then the problem is that we'll also need to apply I also need the rotations involved, so it will be a bit messy, right? So it's better to, I think it's better to do this way. But maybe there are other approaches that are smarter. So if I disable now the head track, let's check if this is correct. Yes, this is right. This is right. So we're gonna disable the head track, and now this is irrelevant. So but the master I key is still there. So you see that it is moving this. I cannot move this, but yeah, I could do this, but nothing really happens. Rotation is completely locked. I can, yeah, so here with this we can then achieve the I key. So this is an I key chain, not an auto I key length. So we can have, you see that we don't have the flexibility of the spine on the other direction. In order to achieve this, we have to manipulate this individually or something, or prepare them with the, so it's unfortunate for the I key bone constraint, but there might be a possibility to make if we make the spine straight in the rest position, the control spine at least, but yeah, then it would solve this problem, right? But if this is very annoying, like usually you want this to be following the curvature, right, of the anatomy. Yeah, enough horror here. So this is the hold on, folks, just soundtrack. Oh no, just hold on, just 2 seconds here. All right, so let's get back. So we got this aim track head I key done. So this is best because now the I key, you see, it's lock. It is the whole head is pinning, right? Not just the tip. So there's one technique, the one of the unparenting, that if we grab just the bone, the last bone in the I key chain of the auto I key length, then it will do the pinning, because this is the last one. So it need to be the last one, and in certain conditions, right? And left unparented bone. Then the problem is that this is the spine, so this will be problematic, and it won't pin this joint, which is very important, right? It's the chin, so, or the, yeah. So there's some behavior here that I'm not sure why I'm not getting from this head pinning, but maybe it's just that I need to readjust the spine here. Yeah, so you see, and we can also have the degree of influence. So this can be useful for this kind of posing here. Hold on, this will be very bad with all these bones. We need to hide some stuff here. There, so yeah, so the idea is to be able to do some poses while the head stays in place, right? So, yeah. And so let's and reset. Okay. So that was a major advancement, because that's super annoying, as you could have checked. So I'll handling all these drivers. I don't like this stuff here. The UI doesn't help. Also, we need this to be the way I was doing with my own custom script. It was better than, I think, even the Rigify one and the. But I think that can be changed as well, because then it appears even if the armature object is not selected. For example, even with this tab here of bone manager, even if it's pinned, if I grab the mesh, whoop, no more. So, but with the Python scripting, there is an option, there is a setup where we make the panel of the rig UI, custom rig UI, appears even if the armature object is not the selected one. So I hope there would be a setup for this. It's not absolutely fundamental for animation, but for rigging, you see, if I had this all the times visible, that will be helpful. Okay. So now that we have this, we are really set to, there's just two challenges left, mainly. So one is making the rig UI with bone manager add-on, and the other is adapting the facial rig. So which is big. There are a lot of bones there, and change things that I want to change and improve even, but I've made already a major improvement with the bendy bone lips, so it will be cool if we have already the facial expression and the head will stop exploding all the time. That will be good. And then we leave the and then we leave the bone just for the end, because then we already have bones for the face, so that will be so we need probably here now some to work with deform bones on the face, right? So we're gonna create here deform face. All right, so this will be big stuff here. Even here we would have multiple bones inside here, like could have like, I don't know, upper face, lower face, and then we could have more and more. So we're grabbing them in the hierarchy. So we could have here, for example, for the upper face. Not sure this is great, but this is just for the organization of the rig, because now I know how to make the rig UI, or should know. We'll learn in the process, and then I'll consult the tutorial to get this done. So here we could have like deaf eye coins. This is the first thing that I remember. Then we have also deaf eyebrows. We can have like, oh, I'd not call eyebrows, yeah. No, but just to distinguish, yeah. Brow is different than eyebrow, yeah. And then we could have, let's move this here. Facial. Yeah, so like supportive, I think. No, this is no, because actually this is like yeah. So we're gonna have here eyelids, yeah. You'll have eyelashes. I'm going orbicularis oculi, or that will be, yeah, how do you call this? We could call it this eye holes. So maybe we do the other. It's because it's difficult to find the proper hierarchy here. So like this is bigger, eyelids, eyelashes, okay. Yeah, I think this for the upper face. Then maybe brows. Yeah, this will be this will have all for the face, but all for the upper face. Okay, that will include the brows, okay. And then okay, lower face, then we have like arcades. Then we'll have the tongue. Then we'll have the lips. Yeah, lips base. Like there'll be lips helper. I could have like a mouth or muzzle. Don't tell me it starts to lag. I'm scared about that. No, it's not compromising the... It's just the changing of the color that lags. So there's apparently a bug in this stuff regarding the bone colors, but at least it's just that. Okay. Am I forgetting anything? Nose, yeah, muzzle, like it's like supportive, like yeah, really here I don't the muzzle could include the nose, yeah, probably. And then we have lower cheek would be, if that is different than the eye holes. No, it could be the same thing. And then we have some other features of ears. Yeah, so we can also have on the upper face, you can have deformed ears. Yeah, actually, let's not call this help muzzle. Just... Okay, it's lagging. Yeah, now let's invert here. I think, yeah, muzzle will include the nose too. Okay, whatever. We would need something like upper face, I get, right? Because I don't want this to hold this base. I want something special. So here we could have like um, forehead. I don't know. I'm not sure this will be sufficient, but we're gonna do this for now. Yeah, I think this order would be, yeah, it's a bit weird, but that should be enough. Okay, so now we're gonna start making this all this and this is just the deform, right? We might also, for the mechanism though, we will get something like mechanism face. Yeah, let's just paste, yeah, let's get it here. And control, yeah, here is more critical. So here will be more complicated. So face. We could make a full control face stuff here, right? Just because it's so special, but it's and then out inside of it we can make some stuff like master face, then control face, of course, then is upper face, lower face. It's very messy. Okay, but for now let's just use these ones. I have a different color here that I wasn't paying attention to. So maybe we could use like, no, not this one, but it's lagging. Oh, yeah, this one here, maybe this face here. Okay. Let's finally turn back and get to the other skeleton. Now we've got a lot of work to do. We'll see how fast we can progress in this, because is the last part of the armature. Then I can totally obliterate the old skeleton armature, delete it from this, and we get clean All right, so let's see. Control mount. Okay, we could start with this new mount, which is the... Oh, no, 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 this is the old... That's the old setup with regular deformed bones. So this, we don't want this as XXX. New arcade. So yeah, we could start with the arcade. Yeah, hate that. Maybe it's not the best thing to start, but yeah, because it's so annoying to do this, maybe it's the best to finish this off. There's no drivers here. Yeah, there's drivers in for something about the sticky lips, zipper lips. Not sure that I would ever use this feature for animation, but this rig has it. I can remake it. I found a way to do this in Blender, so there's not... After having watched a video, an idea from Maya. Okay, so these are the control arcades. Okay, so these are new bones. The middle one is not necessarily. Maybe it's even overdoing, so I wasn't very satisfied with the result. So we're going to start with, yeah, these arcades. So this will be interesting thing, right, to revise. So let's get mechanism arcades. Yeah, let me start with these deform arcades indeed. So basically, this is very simple. We need to create some bones that will follow the arcade's positions, and I'm considering making more of this according to the new challenge aspects. There are many things here that I've been reconsidering for cartoony mouth rigging of this stuff. So how can I isolate? Okay, let's hide the body, the eyes, and the costume. We'll just live with this. Okay, so we need to get into the new armature and the deform arcades. So I'm gonna add a bone here, not working. Okay, because I mean I need a bone selected from this. Okay, I need also to be on. Okay, here. Right, so I'm gonna get a bone here. And we go back to deform. Arcades, okay, so select. We're gonna add a bone right here, right? In the new armature. Then we're gonna stick with the same names as we can, because this will simplify the automation of the transfer. So here I might need a lot more, because the idea here is to be able to make a collision system. You see that I've made the arcades more wider, which it might be weird, but this will be a better adaptation to the character design, apparently. And maybe I shouldn't make them that long, and they just spread with... Yeah, so these are some experiments I need to test. So it will be easier to scale them laterally without intersections, right? Interpenetrations of meshes. So the collision bones, they should be meant to prevent but the placement is very important. They are not sufficiently, they need to be on the surroundings. And the fact that this mesh is open, it's acceptable, but it might be a bad strategy for some reasons. This is not working. Yeah, we could do a... Because these will be points. I think I already tried to smooth this thing out, but maybe not in this rig. So we have some... Yeah, so it's not smooth. And then the problem is that this can cause trouble. Yeah, so I want to revise this thing, but what we can do, we can already try to fix it. Let's just add additional faces here. Shouldn't be... Yeah, so now we have something like this, which is better to prevent some collisions. I should have done this before. All right, so here, why this face is not... Yeah, it's just a texture thing, right? So we'll ignore that for now. And we're gonna do the same thing here. I'm not doing this for any game, so this is our game with very low poly stuff, right? So this is not really not a problem. So bridge, edge loops, F, and we got the same problem. Okay, then we get this smooth out effect. Okay, that's good. Another idea would be to connect this with some mouth bag or some... I already tried, when I started, I tried to do something more realistic. Apparently it worked, but then I saw a lot of people criticizing this or making open stuff like and saying that this is the norm, and well, that's apparently there is these things works, but it's confusing. I always found this very hard. All right, but this should work, but then we need still to make sure... I'm probably gonna reduce the... right, not making this curve, this going that far. It will just stretch on demand, right? But then, yeah, less mesh to handle. But then what we need to do, we need more bones to develop. Okay, so in order to prevent confusion here, yeah, this will be octahedral, but we're gonna use... yeah, we can use the same colors here. So apparently we have something like... Yeah, I could use this color for the upper ones, yeah, and for the lower ones, because the sides being different. Let's also copy this. Shift D. Yes, vertex groups are unchanged. Okay, then we can, they have, what is their parent? So their mechanism arcade top. So you don't have this bone, so we're gonna create a mechanism, although it's not here anywhere. We're gonna, for now, leave it here. Let's move this to mechanism face for now. And mechanism what? Mechanism arcade top. Yeah, so we're gonna, and probably there is also a mechanism arcade bot. Alright, now we are gonna parent this to mechanism arcade top, and we're gonna symmetrize, and then we're gonna duplicate this, get the name, change this color here, make this one bigger, place it there, shift D. Also then parent these ones to the other one and symmetrize. And yeah, so I was still having, so my idea here for prevent the will be the, yeah, I have to handle the vertex groups problems, right? So like I need a different set, so the names will be not good at all here. But I think we can survive the problem. So essentially, we're gonna shift this actually with symmetrization. Move to the top. And we're gonna try to find the snapping position to vertex, yeah, but no. This snapping to orientation. Okay, this is better. Actually, to vertex. So the trick here, we want to find the joints on the edge. So I have some differences here, because we're trying to find the extremes. Yeah, I'm gonna consider this extreme, whatever. Although it will be here, yeah, to be more accurate. But here also this could pose problems. So let's place it like in between maybe. So here we could consider, yeah, we're gonna place it here and in between here, right? And here we'll probably need, but we don't have more. So this one will go down. It's on the front, on the top, and on the bottom. So, no, actually, on the top, on the front, and on the side. So this is where the collision. So this is where this, of course, this could compress the mesh. So we might even need the bones all wrapping around the. So this will be, but that will be very brutal. So to have all these set up, so it's probably not a great idea. So we're gonna try to handle this just with this. So we added these extras. Now we're gonna do the same for the bottom side. Do we have the parentings? Yeah, we already have. So we can hide these two. We are gonna, we can hide the tongue and the arcade stop. So we need to look for the extremities. This is my plan. Of course, there could be better plans. And I want to simplify the mesh, right? So actually this would be on the, yeah, I think, oh yeah, it's because this one is really big. Is the second one. Okay. Yeah, it is here where it should be. If they are not in the center, now they are. Yeah, they snapped exactly. And these are the opposite side. They are already symmetrized. Okay, so we got it. Are these parented? Yeah, because they were duplicates. So you have some ones without vertex groups. With all these edges, that I believe we will have a better setup here. So arcades regarding this bone layer is achieved, but now we need to go perhaps for the mechanism and other control arcade stuff. So we need to check here the old rig. So the old rig has, okay, this is done. And we have mechanism arcades. Yeah, so they are here. And we have control arcades. Yeah, so it's just that. Okay, so not big stuff. If I could simplify this setup again, because I've been through this process already, and they made something better over time. Yeah, we don't need the deform layer here. What we need is the mechanism face, but yeah, we'll still need at least a bone here from, yeah, this one. Okay, so can hide this and go to the mechanism face here. So what we have here is a combination of bones. So here's the mechanism, are these ones, and then we have some buffer bones, and then we have target pivot, fake pivot. Yeah, so this is some, the way because instead of pointing outward, they are pointing inward. So in this way, there a different way to control them because of the stretch to bone constraint. But now I need to check something quick. Okay, let's hide the top ones because this will simplify. So there's a master arcades and there's a control arcade bot. Okay, so we're gonna hide these two so we can, I want to see. Okay, so this is oriented in the other direction. So this is important to show, even though it's annoying, but I think it's, this one also is important to show. So yeah, so it's crazy, right? This otherwise this rig is very hard to understand. Yeah, okay, let's accept this for now. So we have the mechanism arcade bot, so it needs to be aligned this way. And then we snap and we realign. There we go. So this is the same name. Then what we need to do is get look at its parent, buff arcade bot. Okay, so there is a buffer bone there. We're gonna flip the buffer bone. We're gonna change its color to, I don't know what's color of buffer bone. Maybe this. So this one is, no, this one is buff arcade bot. The buffer bone is parent to the deform head, but we're gonna do different mechanism owner head. Yeah, because this will be, I think, more adequated. And this one parent to the, on the new rig, parented to the, yeah, on the new rig also. Keep offset, there you go. And then there's the bone constraints. So for the bone constraints, we got that the buffer bone. Now let's start with, yeah, Okay, that might be sounding complicated, but it's yeah, it is, but it's actually relatively simple. So control arcade bots already exist, so oh no, there's no control arcade bot yet, so we're gonna make it. This color for now. This is parent to interesting. No, no, wrong one. Control arcade bot is parent to master leap bot. Ah, okay. So I don't have the master leap bot. We're gonna move this to face, master face. We're gonna wrong, master face. Is this actually here? I don't know the position, but we're gonna just parent it here for now. Okay, so this is parented to the master arcade bot. As master arcade. I don't remember what is this master arcades right now in the. Oh no, no, yeah, this is the bomb that I didn't want. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with this, so I'm just gonna ignore this one. And control arcade bot this parent to master lib bot, okay, that one. But then it has, okay, this which you don't want. Okay, so it followed the one that master lip that moved the mouth and the bottom arcade simultaneously. So like a jawbone actually. I'm doing this way because this combines cartoon jaw setup with universal sonic mouth setup. So it's way more complicated and specific. I don't have the curvature, ballistic curvature of perfect circle of the bones here when they rotate, because the character has a different spheric, different curvature than regular. So it's, and universal Madrid is done by shrink wrapping. So even the bones are shrink wrapped. So this orientation, these directions here is meant to use a stretch to bone constraint here. So the buffer bone will have the possibility to stretch. I'm gonna already copy those things. They didn't work. Yeah, Shift Alt C actually. Oops, maybe I did something wrong Wait, let's do some control V just in case. Okay, let's return here. So gonna get this and the old one. Shift Alt C. Now we got so the new buffer bone. Let's see what it gets. So there's a master jaw. I don't have a master jaw, so we're gonna make a. I need to delete these ones. Let's make a master jaw. Parent not to this, but to, we'll see later. We can do a mass buff. Wait, master arcade top. Parent to buff arcade top. No, doesn't exist yet. All right, so these ones, they will be able to what's happening here? This is a control. Yes, don't exist. Okay, so the these are not controllable, right? Certainly not the buffer. So this will allow the, for example, master arcade bot. We can control the control arcade will allow just to control the arcades, and this the lips and the arcades for the bot, and this then the setup for top the same. But when we move this up and down, even if it is offset, the curvature will be perfect because it will be adaptive because of this crazy setup here. And we can somehow make some tweaks here also, but this is for later. Let's yeah, it's very confusing even for me. I need to remember what's going on, so it will be better if I return to focus here. Okay, so let's see, new rig. Okay, so let's start with the buffer bone. So copy transform jaw. All right, so this I can already adapt. We'll leave everything unchanged. So this is using custom space like a fake parenting bone constraint. I've been using this a lot for advanced rig. And here master lips bot, we already have this one. No, wait, there's no master arcade. This is a mistake. There's control. This is okay. Let's return to the new. So master jaw. This is big, right? Then this is master lips bot. Okay, this is simpler. What happened? Okay, something happened here. As there are some dependencies, probably some parenting that is wrong. Then here we're gonna target fake pivot bot. Okay. So what you need to do here is that let's disable this for now. Let's see the parent. Yeah, this one, of course, wrong parenting for these two. Only this one needs to be parent to the. Well, I don't know right now. So, anyways, master arcades and control. Yeah, so this one is the one that I don't know, and this one is parent to master leap bot. Okay, so I have the control, the master arcades we don't want. This is the control arcades bot, and there will be a control, yeah, of the old rig. This one is for the new rig. So this, the control, yes, it's parent to. Okay, master leaps bot then. Which it is. So that's already correct. I'm just thinking there's something missing here. No, it's actually this bone that follows this. Okay, so the buffer bone. Master. Okay, so this is major, but this doesn't matter. This could be changed, tweaked according to what we want best. It needs to be visually adequate for the character. So this is tricky. This is why this setup is very custom. So let's see here. All right, so custom transform master leaps. Okay. And then all right, so starting to work. This one is displacing, right? So it's not following, but it will be soon. This is the new rig indeed. Then we gotta add the stretch to. So yeah, we need now to create some extra bone. We're gonna duplicate this. We're gonna Alt H here. So we're gonna target pivot. Okay, so this is the old rig. So we're gonna first align, then we're gonna match this joint. Then we're going to, what's color this is? Yeah, it has this tweak color. I'm using this for deform, right? No, I'm using it for the handles. I think we can use this color here. So target fake pivot bot. All right, and can also make a top, and yeah, I'll also fix this Shift Alt C. Let's take off this bond constraint here. Now this is the bot, right? Yeah, I was creating in the old rig. No, in the new rig. So this is bot, and this is yeah, it's also bot, but it's okay. All right. The rest I think is hidden. So yeah, there is the joint. We don't need this thing anymore. Still okay, I got some problem here that I don't understand, but anyways, for this will work anyway. So now we can align this with this bone, right? Oh yeah, of course, we need to be on, no, never mind. So we're gonna, yeah, at least these ones we can turn them into B bones that for clarity. And yeah, that color won't be very good because we won't be able to still distinct top from bottom. So we're gonna, oh yeah, actually there are a lot of problems of colors here for these distinctions. Yeah, so let's leave this for now. And let's see which bone constraint the target, the original target has. Copy transforms, yeah, so just something for the master lib bot, so the this one. So basically, yeah, we need to complete. No, sorry. There we go. So the the mechanism here needs to we need to fix, but there has a lot of bone constraints. So let's just complete here. Okay, this one is, so it has some slight motion there, right? This will help in making some other stuff. Okay, copy transforms. Lips bot. Okay, this is already adapted. And stretch to the yeah, of course, the fake pivot bot. All right, so this one of the new armature, this one. Okay, so Control V, reset, enable, reset. There we go. So now start to get the possibility. So now you see it stretches, and so it's adapt, because this joint here will be pinned to the shrink wrapping bone constraint, and the thing that shrink wraps, I'm not exactly sure what is. I think it's the mechanism. No, it also has a stretch to the control arcade, and the control. Seriously, I don't know right now, but this what is this arcade top? Yeah, there's no shrink wrap, but this doesn't mean that there's some way to limit the distance, so this will not extrapolate. And so this is what we're gonna address now. But of course, if we keep looking at this crazy stuff all the time, we won't be able to. Need to simplify. That's why these colors will help. So here we can, yeah, I can delete this. So this is the control arcade bot of the new rig, and it's doing nothing. It should do something. So of course it needs. So we completed the buffer bone here, and now I need to complete on the new rig the mechanism. So the copy scale to arcade bot, so control. Okay, so ready, start to have this copy scale. So this is for controlling, so you can scale the, right? I'm not sure that's the best way, but how other ways to scale? Yeah, it's a minor thing tweak, but it's relevant. Then a copy rotation, also same, right? So and yeah, just this. Then we have limit rotation. Well, this is arbitrary. Some ways to then stretch to. Okay, stretch to the control arcades. Same bone, always this bone. And we are gonna reset. It's just like this, right? The position is the same. And then a limit scale after, yeah, after the stretch. So it's something that will affect the stretching. Although it could limit the stretching from here. Now I know how to do some volume variation, but I'll leave this for later. Yeah, so this is not the same. This is a limit rotation, so we cannot move this in all direction. Now you see that the bones are, well, not all the bones, but yeah, they are. This will control just, yeah, they can offset indeed. They do the same thing here, but this will move also the lips, so it's a higher hierarchy thing, just facility. So you can pose the mouth with the arcades, and then you can do some alien stuff here. But usually this won't extrapolate beyond the, so here's the limit scale, right? For the, say there's a limit to the stretch too, so it's very convenient, although it's limits, right? So it could be bad on certain occasions. So I'm not aware of these occasions for cartoon expression for my characters. So for now, this should be just enough. I think this was calculated already on the character design, right? Also, there's a negative limit for the stretching. But I think there's not a, yeah, even for the sides, but this is not really working because this stretched too much. So I need to revise the shapes, the original shapes of this. I think I want to make them small, much smaller, make not going that far, but maybe here. And then they will scale and adapt according to the, yeah. So the idea will be to make them not shaped like a U shape, like which will be more natural, but making them some. I see some modelers doing cartoony, just a flat like a wall, just a bit like here, and then small curvature, and then perhaps we can shape this. I don't know, differently. I really don't know right now what is better. It really depends on the style, the aesthetics, and what we really, if we want to see something inside the mouth. Because I'm an artist drawing, and I observe, I see value in seeing the curvature of the arcades when you see the mouth open in certain angles. I think it's beautiful, right? It's offers good looking, but if for rigging, this is it's just a nightmare, especially this kind of more cartoony advanced rigging. So 3D, right? So that's why I try to do a middle term, but now this is causing problem for the scale on the side. Not so much for the rotation because I already have the collision patterns. Actually, I forgot to adapt the collision patterns. We're gonna just shrink wrap bound constraints on the deforms. We're gonna address this just as we finish this setup here. Okay. this replica here. So apparently this was completed, right? As you see, everything, the bottom arcade are working here, and now we need to get some offset here, which I'm not sure why. Not sure if this is normal also. Let's see. Okay, I see the, so where's the, strangely the, okay, no, this is correct, but where is the, uh, where is the, yeah, okay, we need the, where are those in the old rig? This master face, where are those things? This is just arcades. Okay, new face, it's here. Okay, control face, no. Where are the master lips? Oh, yeah. It's about the mouth thing. Yeah. It's not here. It's new mouth, I remember. So here they are. It's essentially it's this. No, this is yeah, it's here. I see it. Finally. So here now there is an offsetting there for some reason. No, this is the wrong one. It's here. Yeah, so the offsetting here is normal. It's not a problem, but I don't see why this, probably because of their limit scale. Yeah, this one has a stretch 2, this one. Yeah, I'll have to check this, but this is just for mechanism. This is not a problem. Okay, so enough with this matter. So this setup is just weird. So we don't need these things to continue. We need just now to do the duplicates for the top, so it will be very, and then we get rid of this. It's the, alongside with the tongues, there's just these which are inside of the mouth. So the new arcades mechanism, deform, no, not the deform, and control, no, not the control. Yeah, we need to at least see them, spot them, to see everything is fine. So okay, arcade top. We're gonna okay, we're gonna already copy because it's simpler. No, no, no. I don't know what's simpler. So we're gonna just... Okay, I know what to do. We're gonna hide the old rig. We're gonna just duplicate these ones. Control F2 to bot top, and then we're gonna change this to strip characters, and there we go. Now we're gonna change this freaking color so you got those things read a bit more readable. So for the bottom we will use that could be a double combination here. Is hard because most of the others I'm using for the deform rig. So yeah, so I need new colors here, so new patterns. So we're gonna use for the bottom here. This also has some use for the control rig. Okay, then okay, let's use as a mechanism, and then for the top we're gonna use a, for now, just for now, this tweaker thing. We want to align. I'm not sure these positions are accurate, but it doesn't matter. Okay, let's check for the parenting. So this is probably mechanism head. Yeah, so mechanism. Okay, then this one, I think, no, master lip spot. Okay, master lip stop. Mechanism IQ owner, is this? Yeah, maybe that's correct. Buff arcade top, buff arcade bot. Now we need to readjust this. Yeah, I'm gonna clean up the bone constraint, so we don't need these ones anymore, unless realize there's something wrong about the parentings, but trying to memorize here, it all seems clear here. So now I just need to handle these ones. Let's go to the so upper, it's this color that we want. Actually, let's pick this color and hide. Hide this. Doesn't seem to have the proper alignment, but this doesn't matter for me right now. So let's check. Oh yeah, double check the yeah, so old armature. Let's see one by one. Okay, so this one, parented mechanism ioner. Yeah, that's will be equivalent. Oh yeah, yeah, this is the old. So I need to reposition. Apparently the alignment is terrible. Let's probably I wrongly unaligned it. You I don't see what is the right one. What's this? New rig. Top. Okay, let's simplify this. Let's hide this. All the reds. All this. And just look for the ones that, so now we are just with the top for both rigs. Less complicated. So this is the old constraints. The parent is the mechanism. Yeah, so it's def instead of def mechanism. So it's a sort of equivalent. So we need master lip stop. This one. In the new rig. This is correct. All right, then we need this to this with the proper updates. No, it didn't work. Let's do it again. Now, yes. Okay, new, old one, new one, new one. So master jaw. All right, so it would be super easy if I just copy the bones, right? But this is exactly what I cannot do. So to bring the problem to the, and all this is because my rig is not, it's a custom rig that is not automatically generatable like a Rigify and stuff like that. But this, I'm working to change this reality by making a, I have a project, mini project with Rigify, not necessarily custom types, the rig types, new rig types. So this, yes, it's also in my plan, but this might be much harder than I think. But can make a master lip stop, okay? This one on the new rig also. New rig. And stretch to the target. Yeah, so this will be this one, and here we can reset this, but nothing changed. All right, this is the new rig, and something is incorrect about the top here. Yeah, because we haven't adjusted yet. So the buffer is this, and so I got the, it's using the, okay. I see, it's this one, mechanism arcade top, right? So now just adapting this one. So our control arcade top, all right. Control arcade top. Nothing to see here. Control arcade top as well. Saving. Let's make sure this, I don't know why this is moving with this. What's happened to this bone that, it's going crazy. No, 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 it's just there by default. Okay. So we need to find this joint there and place everything there. All right. Then, yeah, let's continue with the top ones. Oh yeah, so this one, great. So control arcade top, and then finally limit scale, nothing changed here. There we go. So we have the contraption. So although we don't have the, something is not following here. The farm arcade, so probably wrong parenting. parent to the mechanism arcade top, this one. So this color here, no parent. Yeah, for the when I flip the position. Yeah, so some stretching maybe. Hopefully you don't see that part, but with lesser mesh to care about, we have lesser problems. Yeah, so why this inversion and stretch to outside? Why this crazy? I already explained this because the muzzle shape, the rig is based on shrink wrapping features on a proxy mesh of the muzzle or lower face. This one, and so this muzzle doesn't have the it's very stylized, so it doesn't have a, although the curvature is smooth, this won't, it will be to no avail to make a circle, a sphere of rotation here for this. It needs to be very specific, so this is why we need to make some, the way to achieve this is to prevent intersections, and there are many ways to do this. And one tricky way is also to adapt the scaling of the stuff to the collisions will prevent some intersections, and also a proper an adaptive rotation. This is why something is missing here that I know some bone here needs to be shrink wrapping, so you always follow the proper curvature, but this is not this is the plan, right? So the problem is that this is why it's better, if it will be better if this shape, if these arcades were less elongated, so it will be much easier to, right? Then this thing wouldn't be that much problem, right? They will be smaller. You just start to move it around. They maybe not follow with that amount of curvature, right? And this could, yeah, here the rotation are not helping. So it is, we see what could be improved in the setup to make this more natural. Of course, right now we need to check something about the precisely the deform arcades. Which is the fact that they hold, I forgot, we have some automators here, and on the older rig, but most importantly, I'm looking for the shrink wrapping onto the proxy mesh inside. So if I'm not wrong, there are some different values here. So these are octahedral, the new bones. These are so they are facing backwards because then their collision is based from their heads joints. So they are different. Let's simplify this visualization here. So there's Capitrosaurus. So this is the master lip on the side, right? So this one is another one for the side. Very simple. Then we have the center splits, like it affected by like an armature bone constraint, right? Left and right, so nothing, they are equal except targeting a different bone. Then we have same setup here, so it's just they are just controlled by a master. Okay, very simple to set up, and then they have the shrink wrap. And now I need to check if the shrink wraps are all equal or if they have some slight difference because of the Okay, these ones are equal, and this one, yeah, because we can have different values according to the position. This could be more or less beneficial according to the rig. So okay, so it is much simpler than I thought. So it will be, there's just a lot of stuff, but actually this is very simple. So we can, yeah, we can just copy like crazy. So we got these two here. Yeah, let's just use by color here. So we pick this. Actually, we'll pick every. No, 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 no. We're gonna be careful here. So we're gonna copy this. We're gonna then copy this, and then we're gonna copy this. All right, so see, something already happened there because they were badly, my bones were badly positioned, I think. Maybe I need to reposition the arcade. Yeah, this one, maybe it's a bit too, something to do here. We have really to bring them inside. Okay, so now all these bones have some setups, but okay, the target is the same, but we're gonna make sure that it's actually, yeah, it's the same target, so I think nothing to change here. So now these bones are really colliding with the interior of this stuff, and we need sometimes this collide on the extremities to prevent this to happen. Yeah, it can happen actually. These don't have waves. Okay, this one needs wave paint, right? It's a new bone. We need to. Yeah, so this is helping for the bottom. We can visualize, but will not help for the top portion yet. And if you augment the collision, this is a sphere around the head of the bone. So yeah, it will help on the top, but then the lower part, it will be just too, right? It will be weird, right? So I need probably multiple bones to allow the match. And it's not, it doesn't need to be perfect. It won't be. It just needs to have the enough collisions on the right positions where it matters most, just to prevent some some easy to happen collisions and others. There should be better techniques, but this one I found interesting, maybe elegant even. It's not too hard to set up. Okay, as for the, okay, I wasn't able to get these bone constraints for some reason. Now we got them, but we need to adapt this to a bone that unfortunately doesn't exist yet. So, but it's very easy to track. So we're gonna just adapt here temporarily. We're gonna actually make change to all of this. We're gonna batch this. Hold on, this is custom? No. Wait, lose the, okay, lose the target. Okay, so we're gonna, okay, so we're gonna just update here. Okay, copy to selected, and then this one has a different name, so copy to selected, and this. And this, yeah. So I have to remember, but they are they are non-functional. Then we symmetrize these ones again. And what will happen now is that all these bones for the no the yeah, so you see how this is preventing. There's a range of motion that we can do without, but it's crazy. Yeah, this caused some problems in the bones, right? And in the mesh sometimes. So, of course, we shouldn't be doing this, right? It's just for. We see there are some things that are not working very well. So all this can be improved. So maybe need a few more bones, and certainly I didn't remember all this happening, all this. So probably maybe we're missing something there. And usually this shouldn't do all this, right? We have also other ways to move the. Yeah, so some we could just we might some riggers will just allow the arcades to be moved manually, like displacement, right? Just translation, right? Maybe this will be smarter, but this is almost a translation. I would just have to really change the extremities there. I need to find a way. Could be made with a shape key actually, right? That curve them in the U shape so they start regular, and then we can soundtrack. Yeah. So that sounds a good idea, the shape key, because then we get rid of. I don't want to touch the arcades anymore. So it's just for the skeleton yet. That's a interesting plan. Okay, now for the bottom bones is the same thing. I think there's nothing different here. Because the idea is the same, right? We just need then to change these targets here. Copy to selected. Delete this, copy to selected. No, wrong one. Yeah, no, this, yeah, there are two bones, unfortunately. Ah, maybe I forgot there are two, yeah. We need to batch for, because I made duplicates. Okay, so I'm just gonna double check. This is okay, and this one is okay and is not okay. Yeah, so we had one missing thing. There we go. Now it's achieved. And although there are some not mistakes, but yeah, there are some things that probably I need to revise. But essentially, the arcades for most expressions, at least basic expressions, should be responsive enough. Let's get now to the another thing more interesting or less interesting. There's the tongue or the bendy bones that I've made later. The bendy bones should be nice to have on the mouth, and then we can also make the control rig for the, although I haven't completed this the entire setup. but it should be nice to have. Let's see. We have B-bone mechanism, we have depth. It's a lot of work. And this has, yeah, then we have drivers and zipper lip, sticker lips, yeah. This will take some time. I think we're gonna skip this for... There's face. Yeah, there's the tongue. Let's try to... The tongue, it's... I was remaking it in a shorter setup, so I think we can probably do it right here. Let's select a bone, make a bone here. No, why it never works? Okay, edit mode, right? Okay, no more need this. So this should be a bendy bone. Oh, we already have made, so arcades don't want to see these things anymore. And this one, yeah, so I'm gonna... So this technique, let's see. I'm gonna copy the bendy bones properties. Control Shift V, Control Shift V. No, not this one. Control Shift V. Does that work? Yeah. Nothing here. Then automatic. Yeah, just this and this is fine. I don't think we have other controls, but let's use this here. This is connected parent, and this I believe is also connected to mechanism IK owner tongue. Oh, wrong. It's this one, I guess. Yeah, there's a different simplified setup, so it's not perfect as well, but I needed to tweak it a little more, but it does, in principle, the basics. Ah, here we need a target here. So it needs a, absolutely needs a special target. That would be, I think, this one. Yeah, handle. So this is actually a handle. And we're gonna change its color. We need that other bone there. So this could be the stick. And then we duplicate and we want be octahedral. I don't know why it needs to do that. Okay, now that does the trick. So this one, I believe, gets parented connected here. And this is just a tweaker that gets connected to the mechanism icon. Yeah, the other one. Keep offset, I guess. Yeah, skip offset. So, and so you can probably here I already expect we want inverse kinematics and copy rotation. Inverse kinematics, we just want one, two, three. I think using head. Let's check. No pole target, so just two. Okay, yeah, use head exactly. Yeah, it goes until there. It's with the head, the calculation thing is different. And then copy rotation. Oh yeah, this is different. Okay, so yes, exactly. The copy rotation. Master Aiki Tong. Okay, full copy rotation, right? For all. No, copy transforms. All right. Wait, then when this, where did this came from then? I don't know where this appears, but doesn't matter. I'm gonna just do like this, copy transforms, pose space. Oh yes, of course, this is from, this bone is in the was created in the wrong armature. All this is in the wrong armature. No. All right, all this is garbage. It's useless now. Need to remake this. And this is a mechanism tongue base. All right, so let's do this right now. We need gonna add a bone here. Yeah, so this process is getting dangerously low. All right, so this got here done already, so we're gonna provide this. So it's called def tongue this, then we're gonna extrude, and this already extrude. We're gonna take advantage of that and shift this already, so I'll pick clear parent, so this will go here. Then this is whatever mechanism owner tongue. Then this is keep offset, this right, this is handle tongue. There are two joints there, not a problem. We'll check that later. All right, so this will be the good. All right, so for the bendy, oh yeah, there's also this one. Okay, let's already fix this. All right, so this one is probably parented to the deform. Yeah, so head mechanism. This is parent to the mechanism tongue base, right? Keep offset. This is parent to tongue. This is also parented to, yeah, mechanism. This one is parent to def tongue, all right, and then this one is parent to same parent here, copy to selected, right? All right, then we need to transfer this bone data. Didn't work. Tongue tip, yeah, whatever. Then let's check if this is correct. Curved, curved, very important. Well, although this rest position is not curved, so guess it's straight in this case. It was curved before, I guess, but because of the Ike bone constraint solution that I thought that would be better, then I need to straighten this rig so that it would be more flexible. Otherwise, it will be, yeah, garbage. So we need here to, so you see, although the connected parent is from here and the Ike bone constraint is from here, this use absolute to the handle here, so we can redirect this curvature. But then because this is offset parenting, then it just follows I mean, it just follows out. Actually, we need to update here. So I just need to get this copied, but we need to update here. So master, what we have here? Yeah, master IK tongue. So on the new rig, of course, this is the same thing. And here we can say the same copy transforms. Yeah, just this. Now, same idea. Can we tweak more stuff here? Well, not in this setup. Unfortunately, we don't have a... Yeah, we can do some stuff here. It's not very... It's not dedicated to it. I try to... Well, you have this controller here, but... No, this is the tweaker. The handle. Yeah, we could have IK stretch too, right? This... Yeah, we're missing some features here. And there is more things, actually. There is a master lips bot. Okay. This doesn't have any bone constraint. No. No stretch too. Don't need, because... And the mechanism... There is... Oh yeah, so this was thought maybe unused, but something to investigate. So that could the base could help in the... It's not to be driven, it's just a possibility that we'll left disabled. I'll leave this note here because we'll need to investigate further. So we're gonna get some inverse kinematics here for very subtle IK stretch, but we don't want... We actually don't want... Wait, no, it's not the tip here. We need to prevent this scaling, right? Well, actually, maybe not, because... Well, without the stretch to bone constraint, we can seem to prevent this scaling here. So, or maybe what we can do is to disable scale here, because the inner part of the tongue don't matter as much, right? It won't be too apparent. Yeah, so this could work. All right, and then we can make some modifications here. So yeah, first colors, yeah, bone color. So this will become the handle color. This we'll use just this simple one. Move this to deform tongue. Then this goes to mechanism face. Then this one will go to, no. Yeah, this one also goes to mechanism face. Yeah, it's horrible to separate stuff like that. This we need to update. Master lip bot. So the tongue will follow the, when we rotate or move the bone that move not the jaw but the lower arcades and the lips, the lower lip, that it will also move the tongue. But then because the master lip is also constrained to the jaw, then the jaw also moves, so it's just an, it will enter in the chain of motion. Yeah, so it's not, it will be stacking, not doubling, just following alongside. Yeah, if I'm not wrong. So, and here we can also change this one to color also of I key. And now this tongue is done. And the parent, yeah, so that's all we need here. And let's resume. So this was the tongue. Yeah, it would be good to have like tongue in a all the bones of the tongue in a single, like but I don't have where to do this. I need a special, because then it wouldn't go in the deform, wouldn't go in the mechanism, wouldn't go in the control. So it's like a mixed stuff that can actually be useful, but it's like we could do like it's starting to lag a lot more than to change this. As long as it's just the bone collection, that's fine. The problem is that, oh, I see. I think I've reached a threshold of excessive overdose of bones and bone constraints that, okay, it still works, but now it will lag forever. Okay, so if that is the reality, I need to urgently report this. Yeah, I was very scared, wary of this possibility at some point, because the bone colors were starting to get but maybe there is something that I'm I didn't shift any bone from crosshair. Now this I haven't done this mistake, so it shouldn't be that. And if I just delete it, we could verify. I have master face and I have control face. So up, it makes sense that at some point it gets sort of irreversibly. No, that doesn't make sense to me, but it makes sense that we, after there's enough stuff constrained that it starts to behave crazily. So if I delete these bones that I've just made for this, maybe I not gonna save, but let's say just pick this. Oh, I know why it was. My mistake, folks. Actually, it's because the other armature was open. I wasn't looking at it. Sorry. So actually, this is normal now. You see, no problem. And this might be, yeah, lagging anyways, but not 20 seconds. So it's still manageable. Yeah. So let's go back. So it's just a ghost that it's not true. So it's just because the other armature was still at the very bottom, so this was making the whole thing lag. I thought, okay, because of the old one. All right, so this one is sorry folks, that's this can't even listen to this thing. Okay, here next what we can do is to engage in, yeah, so like we could get mixed and we could add like tongue, for example. So tongue is a good one because it's very very hard to find all the stuff if you need on in this organization, right? So I start to see how it's not that good, right? Although it's organized, it's also very messy to find certain stuff. So that's why you need to make sure you get, for rigging at least, this. Okay, also they lost the colors because I have changed the bone collection. I think they on edit mode, it must be on pose mode. There's a problem in the bone manager. What's the color of this? Yeah, using color like that. Yeah, this is fine. So you need okay, let's move also shift M this to mix tongue, and then we get just this and this, shift M mix tongue. Okay, so I'm just assigning extras to okay, so this is good. Then yeah, I leave this. We could also have lips, so everything for the lips could be here. Mechanism, whatever. I will leave this white. Yeah, so it will won't need to change this. Also, it will differentiate them from the rest. It could be good to make the face or the eye coins. Yeah, I think the eye coins will be nice. So we could already develop this feature here, which is very important. And it will connect with the ice rig, ice track, and all that. Where's that? Face, upper face. Yes, I'm gonna make this icons. Alright, so here need to. Okay, there's nothing because the bones don't exist in this rig, so it exists in the other armature object. And we need a bone here in this rig to be able to. Yeah, I'm gonna create just one bone here to start our work. And hide this. And I'll look for the. Yeah, this one is easy right now. Coins here. So we're gonna align this. We're gonna. Here we're gonna turn this octahedral. This will have this bone color here. We're gonna snap. Still snapping wrongly. Okay, I really don't know what happened to these options. It got crazy. It had a additional option for. Okay, there they are back suddenly. Okay, this is what I want. Now we can. Yeah, never mind. We need to. No, yeah, I need both armatures selected. Okay, let's do this back. Now I can snap to. No, not the joints of the vertices, but just this. So this is a major bone. It's still a deformed bone, but it's exactly in the. Yeah, they all have the same alignment. So this one is like this. So it just now it's easy. It's just we're gonna take advantage of this. Shift D, Shift D, Shift D. Is this correct? Yeah. So they're just. Each of these bones, they contain an inverse. Not an inverse. They contain a shrink wrap bone constraint to the eyeball. And so they shrink wrap gradually the mesh, some parts, according to their vertex groups. So this is why. And the major one holds more waves in the center. So this will sort of allow the eye coin here to adapt to all the. Not irregular, but very smooth, but yet not symmetric sphere of yeah, it's not even asymmetric sphere. It's a complete custom curve, let's say, surface, curved surface. So not asymmetric in all senses. So what we need to do is to grab this, is all the same on surface. It is using align to normal also. And there are different ways to do this, but this will be best. So here we can select these ones. And we can select this and just Shift Alt C. We get now immediately all these bones immediately shrink wrapped, and they need to have the parent. They are all parent to this, if I'm not wrong. This one also needs the sunk because yeah, it's shrink wrapping on object, yeah, in real time. But then this one also needs, here we have some rotation. Oh, this is normal. Then we need also this one to have the same setting, but this one might require something else. So it is parent to the form head, so we're gonna parent to the mechanism head, which is also sharing a functionality as a mechanism IK owner. But this is just a detail. So now we gonna, we haven't changed these ones. Now we have, yeah, we have. This one has a different, okay. So what we're gonna do now is that we need to check if this thing has any bone constraint. It certainly has, yeah, it has many, so we're gonna just copy those ones. So now we need to adapt control I. We have a control I think. Yes, I think I believe we have. So we do have already. Copy scale to again control I. Let's see if that the name is the same. Where if will that work, right? So we're gonna check. Yeah, face, no, as a part currently of the master skeleton, no. Yeah, master, okay, whatever, control skeleton here. Yeah, the scale is work, so we don't need to swap the this thing is working. It's not a wrong target, it's just auto adapt. And then shrink wrap, yeah, the same. It's is there a slight variation? Was that done on purpose? Well, maybe it's yeah, it's irrelevant. So it cannot move, but we can there we go. And because of the shrink wrapping, we yeah, we need, yeah, with the subdivision surface modifier, so it will because of the thickness of the way the rest is, the eyelids was rigged, so it just stays behind, or yeah, there's some intersection, but it's like a very very functional. All right, then now this we can just pick all these bones and symmetrize, and now we can say that iCoins, yeah, is just At least this one is just one. But if we want to isolate all the eyes bones, whichever that controls the eyes directly, we could have something like yeah, eyes. No, it's not good. Eye coins, right? Yeah, whatever. This, so we'll have to include. Yeah, we'd have to include these ones. Maybe the aim. Yeah, and yeah, aim eyes relate to this, and also what relates to this is some this. And so shift M this to mixed eye coins. Right, so this gives good functionality for this rig already. Then but the big stuff, yeah, of course, the mouth rig and the eyes rig, these are the big subjects here. Besides this, the rest are just some extra. Let's see. So this one is achieved. The threading part for me is really the not even the mouth. The mouth, yeah, is very cool, but for me the rig, the I think the eyes is very cool. I think to read. The mouth is like nightmarish. Anyways, but feasible. While the eyes, although there's a lot of stuff to do, this is very interesting. It's more the challenge. There are lots of interesting things there. A lot of variation. It's colorful, right? While the mouth is like just nightmare. Yeah, you don't have too much options. Whether it works or it doesn't work, like, and when it doesn't work, it really doesn't work. It's totally brutal. Okay, so here you see this will be deform eye holes, bendy bones. So this setup is more advanced because here we are just seeing the deformation layers. Okay, this one we've done. I have something about eyeballs. Deform bones, yeah. Ears, tongue we did. Yeah, I need to investigate their facial bones. Yeah, there we have some facial bones. Where to start? Yeah, these are controls, right? I prefer to start from the bottom, so it's from the deform rig first of these things. Yeah, and but there is some mechanism set up. Let's see where they are. So I have some mechanism for the. I'm not sure I'm gonna employ this technique here because it's not foolproof. It has some problems. But yeah, I think I'm gonna reproduce the rig, and if I want to tweak or delete that, then I can do it, because it's still interesting. So yeah, it's not responsive now. So what we need is, okay, so you need this layer with lot of junk. What is this? Okay, this is for something else. We won't bother the control rig yet. So there's eyebrows, which matter, and eye holes. Yeah, so these are automators for eye holes. And here you have some stuff of the control rig that wouldn't like to be here. Yeah, they're very, collection are very messed up here. Gonna move this to, I don't know, control face. Yeah, there. Yeah, but we won't be able to make this setup without the controllers because of key target. Uh, we want we need some testable things. Yeah, so like we have some tweakers which offset, and we have the so we have some I key here. And we have some thing that, no, this is not this one. We have something. We have a generic for the tweakers here. Yeah, this move also the eyebrows. No, yeah, this is just eyebrows. So we don't have a, yeah, there's a main thing for the eyebrows. I get the eye holes. That is, could be considered this. Yeah, we lack some because we cannot, even the, so you see what I'm trying to do here. There's many, I want the functionality, multi-functionalities for the same rig. So the inverse kinematics won't allow the tweaking too much with this. Yeah, this will be very disrupted. We cannot, yeah, it will make one shape or another, but then it's very hard to manipulate this. There is perhaps the idea of key chain of one. I've tried with that technique of the unparented, but there are too many, it's too complicated to make it work. So the key bond constraint here is more practical, and maybe I'm wrong, and there are, so there are also the possibility to make something about key chain of one length, and then we can maybe have more tweakable controls of the joints. Here we don't, so we need to use the tweakers, right? The bendy bone splines, or the one sequence of them, is very versatile, but it doesn't hold on their own. Yeah, especially versatile if you have the handles like that. But then if we do this, we can't make, we sort of dump the inverse kinematics possibility. Um, yeah, I've tried many things. So maybe the idea of the multiple Aiki chains of one could be the way to go here. We're gonna try. The problem with this is it doesn't have a massive connection, but it might be workable. So we're gonna start with the mechanism here. We're not gonna go much further this time. We'll start, yeah, actually to make this thing simpler. We're gonna start with the everything for eye holes here. And you're gonna try to find the right positioning for these joints here. So we're gonna call this, yeah, so not yet because I need to investigate. Yeah, so here the bone containing Aiki bone constraint, I believe, is this one. Yeah, chain length of 3. Okay, very simple, right? But what you can do is then to make an extrusion from here. And let's say that this could be a the targets. So I need to change this, I think. No, they can keep connected, I believe. But not these ones, of course. Okay, let's change this. Let's hide this first of all. Inverse kinematics 1. Use tail, yeah, in this case. So this Um, we need something to control here. Aha, so this is quite tweakable, right? Yes, I think this is the best. Yeah. I never knew that this was... Because now it's not like, yeah, the bendy bones, they can... The tweakers of the bendy bones, they sort of do this in some way, but they are not... They don't... they can't really do this. There are differences. They are adaptable, but there is some... It's still not equivalent to... You cannot say it's inverse kinematics. So, but we can sort of make a quite responsive bendy bone spline setup with multiple layers of bendy bones. We can do bendy bones with inverse kinematics, but there are some things that... So for example, this could be bendy bones right now, but they are... So the very good things here... Well, why I can tweak this? Okay, because this is not stretching too, right? There's a... We need bone stretching, I think. Ike stretch. Exactly. So now we have this thing. So how to limit this stretch? Well, maybe with... If these remain mechanism bones, then we can add some extra bones to follow. Yeah, so indeed this seems or limit scale also. It could cause some other trouble in scaling characters though. Little detail, but who knows. If we... No, actually, yeah, no, this is already... I think this is the minimum already. Yeah, nothing here matters more than that. Yeah, anyways, so I'm not sure if they should be mechanism or not, but they can... The fact is that if they were not the mechanism, they can be then bendy bones and they can interact with... They bendy bones with inverse kinematics, right? They are on automatic. And of course these bones, they can be shrink wrapped to the face, right? So I think this is a huge upgrade to my setup. It's more responsive, less complicated to make, and yeah, so very agile. So we're gonna reset here. Very good finding here, folks. So we're gonna snap this here. We just need to rename some of these folks here, folk bones here. So this can be this. We need to keep the names though. We're gonna maintain this amount of shapes. At least the deformed bones, the amount of splines, though with this new finding it will be easier to make more. We don't need to make buffer bones because these are the tweakers and they are the buffer bones at the same time, and they are at the same time they are also the handles. They are everything. So what we need here, yeah, to be fair, the orientation doesn't even matter for them. So we can align these to an alignment bone if we want, or maybe to the front even. So these are master, these are inverse kinematics bones actually. And so we're gonna turn them red. So what is the deform eye holes? No, this is the new rig we need here. All right, so the names. I always knew, yeah, no, not always. I I I wasn't convinced that my setup couldn't be improved. So um very interesting finding indeed now. So now the name of this won't really matter, right? So we could I key, yeah, tweak I key I hole left. Oh yeah, I hole top left. Okay. Now you're gonna, yeah, they are ready. Yeah, so you get this into this one, and then we can replicate I'm gonna duplicate, I think, how many splines? 3 splines at the same amount, so we're gonna just duplicate this, but we're gonna, no, hold on. Shift D, we're gonna F2, Control F2 B for bones. So instead of tweak, we're gonna, no, instead of top, we're gonna bot, and we're gonna also strip characters. So we're gonna pick these ones and put there, these ones and put here, these ones put here, and these ones put here. Yeah, and then the names, because of the vertex groups, right, folks? So this I've already changed the armature. So it'll be very interesting because now what happens that I'm gonna symmetrize this new setup, and the great, even better news that we can use this for the eyelids. The eyebrow is not necessary. Yes, I think that not. No, even the eyebrow. Yeah, we can use it for all of the features that are use this kind of tweaking setup, right? So we already are able to see some. Okay, we need here. This is different. We we can just parent offset here. I think that's enough. Yeah. Of course, the deforms won't be working very well here because we don't have. Yeah, so you see where you can redeploy some of these splines, because all the rest of the rig is, the face is not ready, right? It's just the eye holes or orbicularis oculi. Here it's subdivision surface modifier. See what it is meant to do. Very good proposition. Yeah, this simplifies so much. Yes. Not that I don't want to see anymore what they've done, but this concept here. Some riggers already exposed it many years ago in tutorials. The idea of making like an advanced foot rig with even other maybe leg rigs with multiple eye key bond constraints with chain length of 1, right? Just like this. But no one showed that you could use for example, facial rig. Not that I know from the web, like open web. Alright, so this is why I wanted to be. It's a good exercise to be doing this, even though it's boring in some points, but we can find great improvements if we are lucky and if we are persistent and create with finding new solutions, alternative solutions. So this is a very happy cloud finding. All right, so we can immediately jump to the what we don't have here though is proportional posing, but this could be wait, what I'm saying? This is just working like a typical. Now I'm realizing this is just working like the typical bendy bone spline setup. Oh, but there is more to this. We could. Yeah, so actually there's nothing great in this directly, but what we could do here. Sorry, folks. This was not that great fun. It's just then right now it's just an alternative way to do the things instead of. But what we can say is that we can still use this structure for a broader, so maybe a mechanism setup. I don't know. We have to check here if this will have any value. So yeah, just start to complex. So it's not what I. Let's see something here. On pose mode, of course. Yeah, I cannot tweak these chains without IQ option very well because of the IQ bond constraint. So they are sort of locked, right? I cannot manipulate them, especially so chain length of 1. So there's nothing I can do here with this. But what I can possibly do is then there's no really advantage right now to do this and just ignore the IQ bond constraint and just do a thing with bendy bone splines, just like regular bendy bone splines. But here is something that perhaps could work better in this setup than what I had before. So let's suppose this is yeah, these are the mechanism chain, and so we could use, for example, okay, let's just leave it like this. Okay, like this. Clear parent, and we can add now another inverse kinematics bond constraint, but with chain length of 3. So now this, of course, this does this. And here is the catch. Yeah, let's also parent this here for now. So this is more stationary, but now what we can do is to use a very special setup. Of course, you know, this stuff is the local space with owner, maybe. This could even be lower influence. No, we're not gonna do this. No, this is not the way to go. We're gonna use this one. Okay, it doesn't respond to... So you need the fake parenting. We want it to be tweakable. Okay, so it's not responding because it is there are lots of... We need a buffer bone to solve this, I guess. Yeah, if you get like oops, not that. Okay, of course, if we just parent, say, this thing here, and then we parent this thing here. Okay, we don't need what I'm talking about. We don't need this thing. So now they are tweakers, and now we have the... Yeah, we need a basement. Okay, so I'm gonna Should we parent this one too? Okay, so here we got the setup. Yeah, so here this is not too different. It's the same behavior that I have, but much simpler. So actually, this is actually better indeed. So there's a little advantage. So this is it's a bit weird, but then we can, because we can always can avoid sometimes this. Yeah, the deforms are very bad anyways, but because it's not ready, but we have, so here we could change some of this, the way the curvatures are happening. So this is another story. Can add maybe another spline, but we have the possibility of some, yeah, major I key that could be interesting, right? We can, there are some facilities that this can give for tweaking, and then we can tweak more like individual stuff, right? So this is the whole idea, is automation in multiple ways, and they are they are stackable and not destructive. So this actually works. This is satisfying. So what we can do here is, so this will be mechanism bone. We can also tweak them directly. It's not like with auto IQ option, or maybe not. Yeah, it's not a question of auto IQ option here, I think. Although it might interfere some way, in some way or another. Let's see. Yeah, so it's on. Doesn't seem I'm able to. Okay, in this bone I can do something without auto IQ. I can do a little more, but without IQ it's sort of easy to get. It's about rotation, right? So we actually, if we see these bones, we can manipulate them, right? With auto IQ or not, it's the rotation. It's subtle and it can help, but this is posing bones. I think the things are not keyframed when we. I have a question here for this, right? What happens if we pose? What is? Okay, it's just. Ah, crap. Alright, so apparently just this bone is posed. The other are not. So this could cause problems, right? Because then start to pose, but this bone you need to make sure that, yeah. But this is, it's always interesting. Here, this is will be one reason why not using the IK bond constraint here. So you'd actually do this slightly different. We'd use an extrusion from here, where this one would be it will be actually a we'll transfer this. So this will be use head. So now this one is also a bit more movable, and this could be better. And then we would like to probably, not that this matter, but for this setup, copy rotation, pose space, yeah. Yeah, so I think we weren't able to do that before, so here is a good thing that we can do with that. And keyframe everything. Okay, no more. We need also to, okay, so this will be mechanism. So you can this mechanism I key I hole top left. Yeah, this bone will never separate from, for some reason. So we can actually change this parent, maybe doing something. Um, let's do different this one. or just top out. Of course, we're gonna make some. Gonna find some better custom shapes for these things. Well, let's do it like this for now. Need to remove this one. Reparent here. Now it's already set. Okay, so this parent here. This parent here. No, already. Something here is not working. We need to oh yeah, this needs to be curved. Okay, so what's happening to this one? Oh yeah, there's an... Oh, I removed wrongly, of course. Um, this is a single bone constraint and it needs to follow this bone. All right. Yeah, so essentially I have the same setup, but now this is way more simplified in terms of bone collections. Of I removed the buffer bones. Um, this is much more convenient, yeah. And we still have this possibility, so it's the same idea concept, but a better, a cleaner, more elegant solution. And it's okay for upset because this is just a mechanism. So no bone constraints here. So these tweakers here, they will actually require some... They will have some automators probably for proportional posing, because these ones we cannot bond constraint, they're already constrained enough. We could use for this, but they are too dangerous because they control the whole chain. These are to be tweaked wisely just for certain ideas, right? All right, and now we just need to symmetrize this whole setup, resymmetrized what was already. I'm not sure if these the alignments are ideal here, so I'm just double checking. All right, this seems completed, so it's symmetrizing. This is the setup for the eye holes. We can probably reuse then this approach for we can... Yeah, so see, in this I had handles, and I had... The handles are still relevant sometimes because you can make a refinement if sometimes bone constrain them, but in the case of the eye holes it's not super useful, and it's better maybe it's important for the eyelids or the eyebrow, probably more the eyelids, but I think this is not necessary. We'll see. The eye holes, I know sometimes there is a setup where we use dumped track on handles, but it's not a great solution. It's just a small tweak. So here if you get the eyelids, no, not the eyelids. If you check the eyebrows, now the mechanism where... Okay, so yeah, so there are mechanisms on the eyebrows, so probably gonna use a similar setup here that we've made, And for the eyelids, there is not this setup of inverse kinematics. But now that I found that it's so easy to make, it could be very important, because the reason I didn't reproduce it in here is because it was super tedious. Frustrating, right? Because, okay, it works, it doesn't give the best results, it's cool, but too much hard work on it. And now there is this setup which is much cooler, I think. Great economy. 2 bone layers economize some in some sense. So the next stage would be, yeah, I think I would like to fix the eyebrow. And the eyelids, yeah. And then we get the eyelashes, which is just another stuff. We're gonna fix some other things. The face, what do we have for the face here? So you need the upper cheeks, possibly. It's or maybe we can simplify. Yeah, it might not be totally necessary, because it's sort of a functionality of the eye holes actually. It will depend how we place the, yeah, I think it's ambiguous here. It's not redundant, right? We can stack them together. They are very close, so the upper cheek sort of is meant to shape the also the shape of the expression of the eye. So yeah, we can dump that thing, I guess, because the character is very smooth, so there's not a huge thing. Yeah, I think this will be done. And this is for improving the universonic mouth rig, but I'm not sure that is absolutely necessary or will be necessary. We're gonna make some tests. Then nose one. The brow one is important, I found out. So we have a brow for the forehead, and we have a eyebrow. The orbicularis oculi, it could be the brow. Yes, so it can also be simplified. So then because my original idea of the eye hole, it will really shape the contour of the eye hole, right, the cavity there. But the fact is that, like, so it would be very exactly close to the eye, so it can really shape the eye. But you see that right now it's not even close to, very close, right, to the lid crease. So the fact is that the eye hole will deform, even if it's not exactly in the position, which will be good, but it doesn't really need to be there to do some results. But it's not then it becomes confused, because there's too many bones close to the eye, right? But that's a good, interesting idea. But the fact is that we can push these waves closer to the brow and to the eyebrow, and then we can simplify the rig. Then if the deforms of this eye hole are good enough, even there we are leaving behind a little with lesser waves, probably the eye hole, the real eye hole, right? Then we yeah, so we're gonna decide then later if we need another, but for this will be really to make very clear cartoon expressions for the eyes, which are very important. Currently the eyelids do a lot, but we need the rest too. So interesting. I having some different ideas now from a certain looking from this distance. So this is of time. So this is good, good, good. So that's it for today, folks. Thanks for watching. Take care and happy blendering. Hope that was enjoyable somehow. So I'll continue this soon enough. We'll have all the bones ready for the face as well, and then this is ready. It's just back to the plan of finishing this template for a lot of things, but most things already. Many things here I'm already solving anyways in this process. That's it, folks. Good luck on your projects. See you soon, maybe.